Educators' willingness to use inclusive methods corresponds with their views to use inclusive methods corresponds with their views on and relevant training. The importance of true and relevant training has a strong influence on these attitudes. Has a strong influence on these perceptions are closely related to both knowledge training experience emerges an essential tool in this context. Emerges an essential tool in addition, a positive change in attitudes can be achieved through the provision of support services through the provision of support services environment and the creation of inclusive environment with accessibilities. Educators need a range of resources. Educators need a range of different learning needs. In order to different learning needs, implement inclusive successful teaching methods, implement inclusive the impact teaching methods of positive teacher attitudes in promoting an inclusive teacher attitude reinforced in promoting an inclusive approach that reinforced by the understanding reflect the attitudes of their teachers. Often reflect the attitudes of their teachers. So in order to promote inclusive education, teacher preparation is essential. Individuals need to become familiar with different models of inclusive education. Tailored instruction techniques and materials should be in place for students with special needs. The availability of customized resources and individualized education plan is essential to ensure the success of inclusion. Making inclusive education a reality requires that educators modify their curricula and collaborate to make it work. This approach ensures that every student, regardless of his or her ability, receives the support and opportunities he or she needs to succeed in an inclusive learning environment. So in mainstream schools, educators face complex challenges, balancing the responsibilities of providing quality education and ensuring each student's safety. These responsibilities are even more complex for educators who work with students with special needs. Their obligations are even more demanding. Central to these challenges developing individual talents and fostering an inclusive and equitable learning environment. Implementing socially just practices in the classroom is a key approach to addressing these challenges. Rather than viewing the classroom as a homogeneous whole, this means recognizing and responding to the unique needs of each student. This approach recognizes that learners have a wide variety of educational needs, characteristics, preferences, abilities, and learning rates. Through the use of an individualized and flexible teaching methods, teachers can successfully reduce the learning challenges that students may face, thus promoting a more inclusive education environment. Nevertheless, achieving inclusive education goals and implementing social justice practices are challenging. Despite dedicated initiatives and impact that initiative and a variety of approaches, inclusive education has not yet reached the level of effectiveness and impact that was expected. This indicates that despite progress, a gap remains between the expected potential of inclusive education and its current implementation and outcomes. The acquisition of field experience and training is essential for effective problem solving. In addition, theory and practice can be linked through collaboration between schools and universities. Interaction among teachers can be facilitated collaboration through online collaboration platforms. Educators need to model inclusive practices. Addressing different elements of teacher training, such as behavioral management and legal issues, is critical. Collaborating with pre-service and practicing teachers enhances inclusive education. Therefore, inclusive teachers training should go beyond and theoretical and into the practical. To ensure social justice that inclusive education practices benefit all students, it's important that all stakeholders in the education system and all segments of society, in addition to teachers, adopt and support inclusive approaches, as well as inclusive education practices. So now it's time to listen to our panelists. Let's review the topics for their speeches and discussion questions. The first topic that we will cover today is equity in access and opportunities. And we have 4 discussion questions about this topic. The first question is, what are the most significant barriers to equitable access to education today, and how can we address them effectively? The second discussion question is, what strategies have you found most effective in fostering inclusive education and ensuring equal opportunities for students from diverse backgrounds? The third one is, how can scholarships and financial aid programs be better designed to promote long-term equity rather than just short-term access to education? And the last question for this topic is, the opportunity gap has been discussed for a long time, and what kind of concrete steps to fulfill equity? Another topic that we will cover today is the curriculum and pedagogical practices. And we have 3 questions, discussion question for that. How can educators effectively integrate social justice themes into the curriculum without compromising academic standards? The second question is, what are some examples of culturally responsive teaching practices that have successfully enhanced student engagement and learning outcomes? And the third question is, how can schools foster an environment that promotes critical thinking and social awareness in students, encouraging them to address societal issues both inside and outside the classroom? And the last topic that we will cover today is policy and community engagement. And we have 3 discussion questions for that topic as well. The first one is, what are the key elements of educational policies that successfully promote social justice, and how can they be effectively implemented across diverse school systems? The second question is, how can schools better engage families and communities in supporting social justice education? And the last question is, what are some successful examples of collaborative efforts between schools, communities, and policymakers to create more just and equitable learning environment? And let's learn about more about our speakers. These are all great topics and discussion questions that we will cover, that will be covered by our panelists. And we have 3 panels, as I mentioned in the beginning. The first speakers that we will be having is Kerry John Kennedy. Professor Kerry Kennedy is currently chair professor and advisor at the Education University of Hong Kong, where he works in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. He is also a distinguished visiting professor of curriculum studies in the Education of Education at the University of, in the Faculty of Education at the University of Johannesburg. Welcome, Dr. Kennedy. And the other speaker that we will have today is Robert Jenkins. Robert Jenkins is a lecturer at Harvard University, brings over 30 years of experience in international development and humanitarian programming in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Dr. Jenkins served as a Global Director of Education and Adolescent Development for UNICEF from 2019 to 2024. Welcome, Dr. Jenkins. And the last speakers that we will have today will be Fela Lahmar. Dr. Fela Lahmar is a Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, a recognition of her leadership competence in UK higher education. With over 20 years of expertise in Islamic and comparative education, she is strongly committed to social justice and decolonization. And welcome, Dr. Lahmar. And we will start with Dr. Kerry John Kennedy with his speech. And it's your stage is yours, Dr. Kennedy. We are eager to listen to your speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to be here today at a very important conference, considering what is perhaps one of the most significant topics globally, particularly in relation to the sustainable development goals. What I'm going to talk about today is not so much school, but post-school options, because there's little use producing students. Universities they go to do not follow up on that. And the focus is going to be particularly in an Asian context, and that's because that's where I work, but also because I want to stress that this is about context rather than about trying to make some generalizations across contexts. What I'm going to report is a research project, and we're grateful for the funding provided by our university, but of course our views are not the views of the university, they are our personal views. I want to start with just this brief description of what we're going to do. We'll look at some background and perspective, objectives, briefly add methodology, and spend most of the time on the results and the conclusions that we've reached, keeping in mind that this project is only part way through and it hasn't yet finished. Just as a preliminary, we heard from the speaker some definitions of diversity and inclusion. So let me share what we started with. We're going to from this is where we started. Is the first is in the mind the way
I think with a connection problem with Dr. Kennedy. I think there's a technical problem with that. So when people are working on this issue, we can wait for, okay, we get the connection back, I guess.
My apology.
No problem.
Can we continue?
Sure, and you can share your presentation again.
So let me give you some background. That the United States, which is often considered to be the home of diversity, equity, and inclusion, although that may not be necessarily correct, where we see a considerable withdrawal of support for diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Can you share the presentation with us?
Okay.
We don't see the presentation on the screen.
Let me go back to here. Is that better now?
No, it's not on the screen. Did you hit the share button?
So our view was that there is withdrawal of support for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the United States. But that's something we're not going to comment on here today. But nevertheless, what this means is that when diversity, equity, and inclusion are dependent on legal and judicial decisions, there is always a danger that once those decisions are changed, then diversity and equity are under some threat. And that's an issue we think which is important and that we would like to explore in this presentation. That is, how do we proceed once the law no longer supports us, which is the United States situation. And so we decided we'd have a look at our own region, that is Asia, where DEI has not been embedded in legislative mandates as it was in the United States. Institutions where more and more students are going. Universities are no longer a leading institutions. And we wanted to see what we could identify as DI. And so our key question was, in a more deregulated environment in the United States, what kind of initiatives have emerged and what lessons are there for the future? We'll quickly go through a better idea of what it is that AI presents in the Asian context, or at least in the context of Asian universities. We did a very extensive literature review, trying to understand what was out there and what people were writing about. We looked at documents that were available, but we would have to say that, and this research is typical, most of that documentation is on the university website rather than in hard copy. And we tried to, really looking for was a framework for understanding DI in Asian higher education. We wanted to see how equity, diversity, and inclusion were a part of the way universities in the region saw their role, and therefore to try and understand what might be a rationale for these initiatives. So what did we find? Well, we could not identify what we would call any integrated structures committed to DI as a whole. That is, if we compare this with the United States, there are offices usually called diversity, equity, and inclusion offices. They put these three areas together, and that becomes the work of a group of people within the university, or it did until processes were put in place to try and withdraw it. But we did not find that in Asia, in the Asian universities that we looked at. We found that there were some public commitments that were quite different across countries. So in Hong Kong, most universities will have an equal opportunities office. These offices are largely constructed to respond to the legal requirements about equal opportunities for gender, equal opportunities for ethnic minorities, equal opportunities for students with special needs. In Korea, we found that most universities, and the Korea University was a good example, had diversity councils, which were responsible for monitoring diversity. Again, didn't have that broad brief of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so our first finding, therefore, is that we need to look at the separate components of DEI. They don't always go together, as we found with the number of universities that we looked at. So that's the first point that we wanted to make. That led us to review somewhat our approach and definition of the main terms. We wanted to redefine equity to be ensuring that there is concern with fairness and that the education of all learners is seen as having equal importance. This actually comes from UNESCO. And we thought it worth integrating the UNESCO definitions with the original Gubernarat definitions that we worked with. We also wanted to better understand diversity. As you show here, we see it as race, ethnicity, gender, language, culture, physical ability, etc. There are many equity groups, and we need to understand what these groups are and what their special needs are. So while it's good to say that diversity is about difference, our understanding here is that it is about difference, but very specific kinds of differences which we need to better understand. And inclusion as a process that helps overcome barriers that are really related to participation and achievement. There ought to be nothing in a university that stops people from participating, no matter what it is. Inclusion ought to be a very broad process. So that's what came out of our first look at some of the universities. But let me look a little deeper now, because I don't want to suggest, certainly my colleagues don't want to suggest that that's all that happens. In some universities, equity is a really important concern, especially in relation to admission to universities. So you have the example in Vietnam of different admission scores for regional students. That is some recognition that regional students have barriers that prevent them from performing in the same way as perhaps their urban counterparts. And so they are given extra scores. Now that is the way we have defined equity. We find exactly the same in China, where preferential policies are in place for ethnic minority students. And they too get better scores that help them to enter university. And in India, 27% of university places are reserved for what are called other backward classes, which are classes affected by the old system of caste, which has been historically part of India. So these special provisions for equity, we think, are worth highlighting, because it suggests that while there's no integrated policy, that there are policies around some of the really key areas. Yet we also find that there are some groups that don't receive attention that they ought to do. For example, in Hong Kong, the disparity between ethnic minority students and Chinese students in terms of percentage represented within universities is really significant. And at the moment, there is no policy that supports ethnic minority students. And the idea of giving them extra scores is something that would not be considered. So if you compare across, you see there are differences as well as similarities. And in terms of gender equity, there is the old problem that's not just an Asian problem of participation in particular university courses. Women tend to do nursing and teaching, feminized professions, and you find that in the universities. Engineering does not seem to be a profession that all women can participate in. So there are some barriers to participation, which we think are very important to understand. So we can't make generalizations about equity, but those examples give you some idea of where the region is heading. Inclusion doesn't seem to be a strong value within the Asian context, yet there are some interesting examples. So there's a tradition of women's universities in Asia. Many countries, as you can see there, have universities dedicated to women, and some writers see this as an issue of gender empowerment. That is, of a welcoming environment on universities that makes sure that those who are there feel included and a part of the university. We find that students with special needs in universities, this is a big concern we know in schools, and how we work out how to provide for these students. We don't find any detailed policy formulation across the universities that we looked at. We know that in Malaysia there are disability support officers that do try to provide support, but we don't find the policies that might do this. And in this Sri Lankan example as well, is that universities continue to cope with problems that have been around for a very long time about, for example, treating ethnic minority students in the context of Sri Lanka. But again, no direct approach to this or how it should be done. one of the areas we did try to look at very closely was diversity and learning. And this was mentioned in the first presentation as well in schools, and it goes on in universities as well. We understand that some students need better ways of, or different ways of learning. We found some examples of the use of AI and how this was helpful, but of course there are then some problems with access to AI and who has it and who doesn't have it. We found, interestingly, international students who weren't initially included in our study, but increasingly are becoming part of how learning has to be designed for multiple students from different backgrounds and different learning backgrounds. What we find in Asian universities is there are some initiatives, but they don't always focus on the needs of all students, or even recognizing that there are differences between students. And we think that's a really important point. And just on this point quickly, online education, we think, is very important and is something that we could do much more work on, because it has the capacity to cater for individual differences in ways that more traditional student teaching doesn't do that. So trying to sum up now, the point we want to make, and it's a tentative point, and it's probably a controversial point. In the United States, diversity, equity, inclusion comes out of democratic values and principles. We're starting to think that in the Asian context, neoliberalism is a greater push for diversity, equity, and inclusion. In the United States, diversity, equity, and inclusion comes out of democratic values and principles. We're starting to think that in the Asian context,
I think we had that. Okay.
Because universities are becoming those places where most students will go, we think this is an important point, that in Asian context, they will probably go there because this is where they get skilled. And that's why it's important to cater for all students and not just some students. We have some conclusions. We think the main conclusion for the future is about context and policy making, and also including international students as a part of the mix in terms of diversity, not just students coming from different national backgrounds. Thank you for listening, and I'm sorry for the interruptions that kept taking place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech, Dr. Kennedy. It was great to hear that the diversity, equity, and the developments in diversity, equity, and inclusion in the Asian context. And it was great to listen to from your presentation. And we have the second presenter, Fellow Lahmar, and it's your, I mean, the floor is yours, Dr. Lahmar.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It's my honor to be with all you today. It's my introduction at the beginning with the Open University. Yes, I was with the Open University very recently, just completed my work and moving to Hamad bin Khalifa University very shortly. The views here are mine, are not neither for the Open University nor for Hamad bin Khalifa University. So talking today about the beyond barriers, transforming educational practices and policies for decolonial equity, it is a profound honor to stand before you today to discuss this issue that lies at the heart of education and humanity, the intersection of equity, ethical responsibility, and the urgent need to decolonize our educational systems. Education, as we know it, is far more than the transmission of knowledge, or accumulation of skills. It is a force that shapes identities, defines cultures, and determines futures. However, for many, education has also been a tool of exclusion, domination, and erasure. Today, I want us to reflect on how we can reclaim education as a site of liberation, one that dismantles colonial legacies and fosters equity for all. So in doing so, I want to address a stark contradiction in our global educational landscape. While global metrics and rankings celebrate innovation and progress, the ethical consequences of their frameworks are often ignored. However, in this contradiction, nowhere is more evident than in Gaza. Education there is an act of survival, resilience, defiance against systems that seek to erase identities and futures. Yet institutions complicit in enabling this erasure, like Technion Institute, for example, are ranked and celebrated by the very metrics that ignore the extensive destruction they help cause in Gaza. Global education metrics like PISA, the International Students Assessment, and the Times Higher Education frame success through a Eurocentric, market-driven lens. So institutions are rewarded for measurable outputs, citations, research funding, and technological advancements without serious evaluation of the ethical implications of these outcomes. For example, the Technion Israel Institute of Technology ranks highly in the Times Higher Education, promoting its reputation as renowned for research. While Technion technological advancements are globally acclaimed, these innovations directly contribute to military operations in Gaza, facilitating the colonization, destruction of lives, erasure of heritage, and devastation of educational infrastructure. So that's raised many issues. For example, Alan Aziz, the CEO of Technion UK, openly states that Technion has played a unique and extraordinary role in the development of the State of Israel and the startup nation. Israel relies on Technion science for its defense. By contrast, Gaza's universities are excluded from these rankings. Gaza's education system is a symbol of cultural resilience, remains invisible in these rankings. UN experts have condemned Israel's deliberate targeting of Gaza's education system, and as scholars decide, by April 2024, just to remind, 80% of Gaza's schools and 60% of educational facilities were destroyed. 625,000 students were left without access to education. Gaza's last remaining university, Isra University, was demolished, along with its central archives containing 150 years of history. While Gaza's educational institutions are obliterated, Technion received global acclaim for research outputs that directly facilitate such destruction. This dichotomy highlights the failure of current global education systems to prioritize equity and ethical accountability. And we take it there to Israel's membership in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, a body that professes the champion of better lives, further exemplifies this dissonance. The OECD's Program for International Student Assessment, PISA, which is many schools follow, focuses on preparing students for real-life challenges, framing education as a tool for economic productivity. This frame aligns with the OECD's origins as the Organization for European Economic Cooperation, created to administer Marshall Plan aid after the Second World War, reinforcing its foundational alignment with Western economic dominance. The OECD Directorate for Education and Skills assertion of fostering values that drive better jobs and better lives raises critical questions. Which values are being promoted and who determines their legitimacy? Better lives in what ways? Based on whose criteria, worldview, and priorities? The OECD targeted reforms aimed for citizens to develop the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values they need throughout their lives. However, this prompts further inquiry: which ontological, epistemological, and ethical frameworks underpin these reforms? Which attitudes are deemed necessary and by whom? Despite Israel's well-documented breaches of international law, the OECD accepted its membership in 2010, which raises serious questions about the organization's values and ethical integrity in evaluating or reforming other nations' education systems. In 2024, the appointment of Ambassador Shay Cohen as Israel's OECD underscores this dissonance. Cohen's background in defense diplomacy symbolizes how some global platforms normalize systemic oppression and colonialism. I'm talking here at the heart of the Gaza's, which is described by many scholars as genocide. That is in September 2024. The OECD's rhetoric of better life, of a better life, becomes deeply troubling when juxtaposed with its member state, Israel's atrocities in Gaza. According to a UN report, by the 1st of October 2024, the death toll in Gaza approached 42,000, with injuries nearing 96,000, although these figures likely understate the scale of the devastation. At least 13,000 children, including over 700 babies, have been killed, many deliberately targeted by sniper fires to the head and chest. Over 1 million Palestinian children now require mental health support. These atrocities are live-streamed, arguably genocide and scholasticide committed by an OECD member state, Israel. Given this background, we ask again, what legitimacy does the OECD's International Student Assessment, PISA, hold in evaluating education when one of its members engages in such atrocities? What values does the OECD stand for, and how are these demonstrated in practice? In this context, what does the OECD's aim of a better life means? Better for whom? Defined by what metrics? And at what human cost? So this takes us further to just reflect on colonialism, and that is still embedded in some global educational organizations that are influencing education globally across countries, colonized countries. The enduring legacy of colonialism and of colonial education, as critiqued by Frantz Fanon and Malik Ben Nabi, highlights its role in fostering psychological alienation and post-colonial dependency. Fanon revealed how colonial systems disconnected the colonialized from their roots, instilling inferiority and privileging Western epistemologies. Ben Nabi expanded this critique, emphasizing that overcoming dependency requires cultivating civilizational attitudes, intellectual and ethical capacities that enable societies to define their futures with dignity and self-determination. To address this, post-colonial nations must develop educational systems rooted in indigenous knowledge, ethical values, and critical independence. In here, Afghan-Turk's civilizational approach of multiplexity bridges these efforts, advocating for a balance between preserving cultural authenticity and engaging with global interconnectedness. Reimagining education as a multiplex ethical endeavor helps dismantle oppressive colonial structures while fostering pathways to nurture and protect human compassion and dignity in a pluralistic, rapidly evolving world. So I'm talking here about reimagining ethical education. To reclaim education as a force for liberation, we must address the ethical failures embedded in global rankings, collaborations, and practices, which requires a shift in focus for both policymakers and practitioners. Here are some critical recommendations. Policymakers should prioritize dismantling colonial legacies by upholding indigenous knowledge systems and affirming cultural identities. Educational institutions must embed ethical accountability into global collaboration and knowledge production. Teachers should engage critically in curricula and pedagogy, fostering identities aligned with local traditions while adapting to global challenges. Prioritize funding and policies supporting educational equity in marginalized communities, ensuring resilience amidst systemic inequities. Advocates for accountability in international organizations, for example, OECD, to uphold human rights over economic priorities. So what is the vision for the future? I imagine an ethical education. As educators, researchers, and policymakers, we face choices. Sustain systems that maintain inequity or transform education into a tool for justice and dignity. Let me close with the powerful words of South Africa's Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Israeli universities are in an intimate part of the Israeli regime by active choice. While Palestinians are not able to access universities and schools, Israeli universities produce the research, technology, arguments, and leaders for maintaining the occupation. So Tutu here reminds us that neutrality in education is a myth. Every education we make, or every decision, we make either sustains oppression or foster liberation and equity. Let us then commit to the latter and reimagine education as an ethical endeavor for humanity. Together, we can ensure that education truly serves humanity, not just a privileged few. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for your speech, Dr. Lahmar. It was great to listen to you, and your topic is very important in this current situation in Gaza and Israel. So thank you very much for the speech. And it's turn for Dr. Jenkins, Robert Jenkins, and Dr. Jenkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As per the other speakers, the views I'm about to share are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of the university I'm currently associated with, nor my previous employers. But I do appreciate this opportunity, and I'm going to be sharing reflections on the important relationship between education and social justice, taking a global view and focusing on specifically on basic education. Again, thank you very much to the organizers for organizing this discussion on education and social justice. And let me begin by building on the opening presentation of Professor and Dr. Melagoglu that did define social justice. And I would like to also just confirm that what I would like to define as social justice is to look at the equal realization, enjoyment of rights and opportunities to education. And the link between education and social justice, as I think as all will recognize, is integral. And education has incredible potential to influence and promote the level of social justice in any country and globally. And also, we all recognize that schools play an absolutely critical role in promoting social justice. And I think there are three key elements at a school level that influence the relationship between education and social justice. And that is the level of access to education, which I'm going to talk a lot more about using some global statistics. The content of what is taught, and that is the what, but also in how it is being taught, the pedagogy. So those three elements I'd like to propose are important when looking at the relationship between education and social justice. And in a sense, they influence the relationship, the potential that education has on influencing social justice. Also, I think all would recognize that importance that education has in not only in, as you mentioned at the opening statements, Dr. Melek Okoglu, on that education can also link very much to other human rights beyond education, recognizing education as a human right of all children, but also in the realization of the right to education links to other human rights, including the right to health, the right to protection, and others. So I think we should see social education as a springboard for social justice and look at those three elements of the school. I'd like to kind of propose that education also can serve as a catalyst or a springboard, as I mentioned before, in promoting social justice within a society and globally. It has the potential to empower individuals and communities, as was mentioned in the opening presentation. It can enables the acquisition of skills to access employment and realize each child's potential, and ultimately to break the cycle of poverty. It can promote social cohesion through the promotion of certain principles of inclusiveness, as you mentioned also, Dr. Melek Okoglu. And there is obviously a direct correlation, as you mentioned also at the opening, of the level of support to teachers. You mentioned in-service training and other forms of support to enable teachers to promote inclusiveness and in a sense realize education as a catalyst for social justice and positive social change. Let me highlight some of the current challenges globally that we see across many countries in this realizing education as an enabler for promoting social cohesion and social justice. There are, as you mentioned in the opening presentation, certain levels of barriers that to access that children face around the world that often correlate to their socioeconomic status or where they live within a country or their gender and the language they speak. And children with disabilities are often marginalized in many or all countries in levels of access and the potential to realize their reach learning outcomes. There are also recognition that in many countries, not all countries, schools in different areas often have very different levels of funding, also the quality of the facilities and the quality of the teaching and availability of teaching staff. And I earlier mentioned the what and the how, what is taught, the content, and also the pedagogy. It's also critically important. We recognize in some countries the curriculum lacks the representation and inclusivity of certain marginalized groups, something you also mentioned in the opening of this panel discussion. Now, if we zoom out to sort of a 10,000-foot level, it's important to recognize one of the greatest achievements in education over the last 50 years has been the significant decrease in enrollment in primary education, including near, in most countries, equal access to boys and girls in primary education. However, this significant achievement in enrollment and access, at least in primary education, has not correlated to equal levels of learning. That is, not, although more and more children today are attending school or accessing school globally, that we have not seen, unfortunately, the same level of success in having all children achieve learning levels. And marginalized children in particular in each context face significant challenges, and both in the access but also in the quality of the education that inhibits this acquisition of learning levels. You can see from this snapshot of called the global learning crisis that it's obviously with these type of statistics and this type of situation globally, it's curtailing the potential of education has to influence and promote social justice. And I just encourage you to skim through some of these key statistics, recognizing time is limited. I won't go through them, but just the point being that the current levels of, although, as I mentioned, when the great success is improving access, looking at marginalization and disparities, as you mentioned at the opening of this panel, but also some of these key statistics on levels of access and levels of learning, the influence education has on social justice and promotion of social justice and social cohesion, and enabling the full realization of right of every child education is curtailed and constrained. One of the key issues is related to understanding the why and therefore what can be done to address and to promote the realization of the human right of every child to education around the world is when you compare is the funding. But if you look at the disparities globally between high-income countries and low-income countries, both in the years of schooling on average, the investment that is placed between low-income countries globally on average and high-income countries on average, and the resulting learning levels. You can see this one dimension, but looking at, on average, the situation and the level of realization of the right to education in low-income countries compared to high-income countries needs to be addressed. And just to elaborate further on that, as you move, I think it's helpful to take a snapshot also of follow a child along the learning journey. And here's just some key snapshots of kind of key points of the transition. The percentage of children that are school ready as at age 5 or often 6 in most countries. 3/4 of children are developmentally on track, as in school ready when they enter the school. However, then you can see as at 10, 11, 12, roughly, when key moment in their learning journey in which a child transitions from learning to read to reading to learn, meaning they need the foundational levels of learning to be successful in schools, where only half of the children can read and comprehend a simple text globally at that stage on average. At age 15, as they continue, only 3 out of 10 have a full range of secondary level skills, and then further as the further diminishes the full range of skills in order to access and realize their potential and employment and engagement. Let me just come back to expenditures and resources. And if you look at over the last 20 years, comparing high income and upper middle, lower middle, and lower income countries in this slide here, you can see the significant, not only, first of all, the differences, as I mentioned before, in high income countries on average compared to per child expenditure compared to low income countries, but the trends also are showing a further increase in the divide between children living in high-income countries and children living in low-income countries and levels of resources that are available, public resources. This also then is exacerbated when you're looking at the percentage of expenditures or investment that households make. It's higher in terms of percentage of the total resources of the household in low-income countries to realize the access and enable children to attend school as compared to high-income countries. So you have a lower level of public resources from governments and others, but also a higher percentage of household income is being allocated to enable their children to access in low-income countries. Again, further exacerbating the disparities that exist, and then further curtailing and constraining the impact education has on social justice around the world. So to conclude, for education to realize its full potential to promote social justice, disparities, as I mentioned, globally around those dimensions in both access and also quality of education need to be urgently addressed. So all children, as per the definition of social justice, all children have the right to education. Greater efficiency and effectiveness, but also an increase in overall public resources in education is critical, and a narrowing of those divides between high-income and low-income countries by increasing investment and support to low-income countries. And it's important to also look at what is taught, and also how the pedagogy are also very important components within the school itself, as the opening presentation also mentioned, to ensure that every child also can benefit and can realize a right to education in a socially just education system. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jenkins, for your presentation. It was great to hear that the important factors that impacts the social justice and education. So we will start with the second part of the panel, but before that, I would like to summarize what you said so far. So from the Asian perspective, we saw that the diversity, equity, and inclusion is starting to evolve there, like trying to be a significant part in the university section, and they have still more to do for better implementations. And from the presentation from Dr. Lahmar, I heard that the ethical accountability is very important for educational systems, because if you don't have the ethical information or teachings or components in your education, so the education may have bad impacts on other people as well, like as we see in Gaza. And from the presentation of Dr. Jenkins, we saw that many components of in the education system may impact the social justice, and we have like income factor and teacher factor and other factors that may impact the education, and the education impacts the social justice as well. So those that I noted from your presentations. So I will start from Dr. Kennedy, and I have a couple of questions for each presenter, and then I will have your last words at the end. And I will start with Dr. Kennedy. I have two questions for you. In terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, could you provide any more concrete examples from Asian universities that might be like good examples, or might be like bad examples that you may have seen or encountered in the universities?
Yes, thank you for that. It's a good question. We did find across most of the universities there is a commitment to one or other of those three elements. And there are officers that attempt to deal with the issues that confront students. And so we think that's a good thing. And as you quite rightly said, this is an emerging area for many universities in the region. And what we would like to do is to if you like, promote these very good practices that are starting and let everyone know, particularly what's happening in other universities, so that the good practices can be picked up. That I think is the most important finding. I think another is equity, and this is quite controversial in the sense that when we looked at Vietnam and China and found that ethnic minority students were given extra points that enable them to enter university, at the same time we find that that practice is not fully supported, particularly by other students. Local students who expect to have a right to enter universities but don't get the extra points. And so on the one hand, we think the extra points is a really good example of equity, but it actually does create some community problems in terms of how you then define fairness. And I think what we would say in a Western sense, even, people find problems with that definition. And that's the problem in the United States at the moment, that when initiatives are put in place that favor one group over another, and these are classified as equity, then the implications of the community understanding those issues is significant, we think. So that we think is an issue that deserves a lot more debate and discussion than it currently has, because we think, yes, to us it looks okay, but it doesn't look okay to the local communities. And so we need to work out how to get a greater understanding of treating all students in ways that provide them with an equal start, as distinct from letting people suffer from the disadvantage that they have. I think going forward, that's going to be a very big issue.
Okay. And do you have like any recommendations for the universities in Asia in terms of like improving or enhancing the situation for diversity or social justice, let's say?
Yes, we do. We think, and we recommend that university leaders in particular, our project is actually concerned with leadership and how university leaders can focus on DEI. We believe that leaders need to become committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and lead their institutions with policies in particular that will send a very strong signal that treating people, recognizing diversity, treating people equally and fairly, and making the university environment one that is welcoming to all students ought to be everyday practice across Asian universities. And our recommendation is that leaders need to take this up. It should not just be the initiative of one committed individual. It needs to be part of university culture rather than depending on one person or another to do it, maybe in their class, maybe with their students, rather than with the whole of the university. So we're going to place, rightly or wrongly, a lot of faith in leadership to make things better.
Great. And do you have any last words that you want to share with us?
Just in general, I would think the really interesting thing that emerges from all the presentations, but particularly those of Dr. Jenkins and Dr. Lamar, is how do we deal with the macro issues that both presentations raised, in the sense that they are issues way beyond individuals. Because as individuals, we can do a lot, but we can't address those very big issues, like the discrepancies that Dr. Jenkins points out between the simple income discrepancies, the years of schooling discrepancies that were pointed out, the way in which, in terms of Dr. Lamar's presentation, some groups of people are not not just disadvantaged, but openly discriminated against. How do we deal with those very big issues? I think this has to be an agenda for the future that is not just to put it off, but to make sure that it gets addressed by those people who can most address it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I will continue with Dr. Lahmar. It was a great presentation, Dr. Lahmar, and I have a couple of questions for you. From the human rights perspective, how do you think we should integrate ethical accountability into the education or global education system, let's say? How do you think?
Thank you. It's such a big and complex question to answer, as Professor Kerry just mentioned. To think about, as educators, to really tackle the everyday, because if policymakers are listening to us, we call them actually to question those kind of collaborations they make, because when universities, for example, try to go and higher in the ranks in the system, then they will go to do more research collaborations with some institutions to gain more of kind of points for the ranking, and that is supporting the systemic inequity in ways by enabling this oppression within the system. So is something that is a call for both the global north and global south, the educators, policymakers, and also practitioners on the ground. Practitioners on the ground, for example, in the colonized nations who are now in their independence, but independence is more than the independence of land, is also the independence of thought, as Fanon and Benabi and Paulo Freire and others mentioned, is actually to go in the pedagogy, like Professor Roberts just mentioned when he raised what is showing both what is taught and how is taught. And this is for practitioners, and for something that educators can do in the classroom is the pedagogies we ask from the curriculum content to the pedagogies that we use, to the assessment that we use, to the feedback that we give to the students. When students are alienated as from their own heritage, in their own countries, in their own localities, to respond to international assessments like PISA, for example, then they live within their own context, alienated because their knowledge, indigenous knowledge, indigenous pedagogies are ignored, are dealt with as inferior, and that has impact on their identity and also on their creativity and their innovation of who they are. And we can see many theorists who discuss this, and critical pedagogy, for example, is in a way to bring that the indigenous knowledge into practice. So storytelling, for example, many nations, they are more of that's oral tradition. There is embedded pedagogies within certain cultures that the ancestors bring, but they are ignored within a system that was kind of adopted and brought from outside to other cultures, and they have to alienate themselves and who they are in order to respond to something that's brought from outside. I'm not saying ignore that and don't benefit from other nations. No, we are in a global and we are interconnected humanity, and we need the expertise, but also we need to respect and dignify the self within those local, and not deal with as inferior, but deal as an exchange of expertise, an exchange of knowledge with respect and dignity. So I hope this answers. It goes under practice, on everyday practice, and also it goes into the curriculum content, it goes the policy making, and it goes into the ethical collaborations. I'm here in the universities. My past university is actually having collaborations with this, and what is important are the metrics. So the message we are passing to, if we are producing, and I'm saying it, producing students, scholars who don't think ethically, I think this is a danger for all humanity.
Yeah, it's very important.
Thank you.
Actually, and I have another question for you, or I just want to have your comment about that. What would be your message to the world about the current situation in Gaza as an human, as an educator?
Let us talk about as a human being. I think the reason I raise this is if education doesn't preserve the human compassion, then as educators we are failing. We are failing ourselves. We are failing humanity. And if we don't look and don't see what's going on in Gaza, when we see as educators the educational infrastructure has been demolished, and that the history and the heritage and all that consequences that come with it, and then yet we celebrate some institutions for contributing to this. The qualification they get, they have more reputation, and therefore the students who qualify from those highly ranked universities, they get better jobs. And those universities, those people who are resilient in Gaza, those people who are struggling every day to keep their education, are missed from all that, and they are, you know, they are excluded in every way. So my message is, let us be human. Let us really think how can we support those children and those learners at all stages, and those educators as academics. We have colleagues there who have been assassinated, who have been targeted for who they are being of their scholarship. So let us do something. Contribute with what we can, raise awareness or contribute to teaching, and there's a lot of initiatives of teaching online, but there's a problem of internet. So we have to really think what kind of initiative I do forward, not because they are Palestinians per se, because they are human beings like us, and they deserve the dignity and they deserve the life that we are living in other places in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, and I strongly agree with all of your comments. And what would be your last words before I vote for Dr. Jacques? Okay, what would be your last words, Dr. Lahmar?
Yeah, the last words I would say, we really need, if we are not ethical educators, if we are not really thinking deeply about our ethics, I think education, if we buy the neoliberal kind of framework of education, means success is how much I produce economically, we are failing education for humanity, and we are heading towards a dangerous competitive ending. And I think we need to question this deeply when we in every practice of our, in any position that we are in. I'm not saying, the economy is important, but more important than economy is being human and serve the compassion and dignity of being human.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Jenkins, I have a couple of questions for you as well. You mentioned many factors that may impact the education system and diversity, inclusion, and equity. What do you think about which of the factors is impacting the most, and why do you think?
Well, I think it's a good question. As I mentioned, I think we need to look at the level of access children have around the world to schooling. We need to look at the content of that, what's being taught and how it's being taught. And to enable that, we need to focus on the most marginalized, reduce disparities. I think probably the number one issue, and as you raised it in your opening presentation too, is the level of support to teachers to enable them to reach children and reach each child where they are on their learning journey, as I mentioned before, and reach them in a holistic way, because we also recognize children are not only about learning, they have holistic needs, and therefore, and many children of school age, they school plays the most significant part of the child's life in interaction with public services. So leveraging the supporting teachers, leveraging the school as a platform for comprehensive support to meet the holistic needs of children in order to reduce the disparities and marginalization of children in various countries and globally, I think is the number one priority that moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And now I have another question. What do you think about the future of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then social justice and education? What will be the future?
Again, I think for education to realize its full potential to promote social justice and it will need to enable access for all. We'll need to improve the quality of education so that children can realize their full potential. I think the pedagogy and how schooling is delivered in an engaging way that encourages critical thinking and meets children in their with their individual and specific needs. That will then enable all children to contribute to their full potential in a socially cohesive way. And then I think you have communities, countries, and the world sort of in a sense realizing and addressing the key challenges that we have currently, including climate change related, and as I mentioned earlier, breaking cycles of poverty, all sort of these fundamental challenges that we have. All roads lead back to the potential of education systems to realize the right of every child to education.
And what will be your last words for the class?
Well, I think we recognize as parents how important education is to our own children. I think taking a more collective, broader view, recognizing that all children have right to education and therefore to reflect that in the allocation of public expenditures, to reflect that in international development assistance to the global south, so that, again, all children have a right to education, I think should be a responsibility for all of us moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. It was great to have an exchange of thoughts and discussion with you, all of you, and thank you very much for being with us today from different sides of the world. So thank you very much for all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to really extend my gratitude to our moderator and our esteemed panelists for that insightful discussion. Thank you very much for joining us at the 4th Istanbul Education Summit. Much appreciated. Moving on now, and 7 years ago, the Marif Foundation introduced the Good Practices in Education platform that highlights exemplary and innovative practices carried out by teachers and students in our schools. We saw some examples of these practices on day one from Kosovo and Ethiopia. This time we're going to take you to Mali to see the Marif on the Move through Mobile Education Center. Let's take a look.
Projeyi Türkiye'de ve bütün dünyada aktif bir şekilde faaliyet gösteren gezici kütüphanelerden esinlenerek hazırladık. Gezici eğitim merkezi olarak çok daha genişletilmiş kapsamlı bir çalışmayla hayata geçirdik. Mobil bir bilgi merkezi hizmeti sunuyoruz bu şekilde öğrencilere. İlk etapta belirlediğimiz ilkokul kademesinde eğitim gören 1. sınıftan 6. sınıfa kadar devlet okullarında eğitim gören Malili öğrenciler oldu.
Le projet de centre éducatif mobile, c'est un tout premier dans toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest. C'est un projet qui est destiné aux enfants pauvres. C'est pour cela très généralement, on se déplace dans les localités proches du Bamako.
Ziyaret ettiğimiz okulları yerel otoritelerle beraber ortaklaşa yaptığımız çalışmalar sonucu belirliyoruz. Gittiğimiz okullar bize verilen ihtiyaç sahibi bölgelerin köy okullarından oluşuyor, devlet okullarından oluşuyor. Gidilen her okulda en az bir hafta süreyle geceli gündüzlü konaklayarak hizmet veriyoruz. Gezici Eğitim Merkezimizin 3 adet sabit personeli var. Bunlardan biri şoför, ikisi de eğitim personeli. Yaklaşık bir yıldır aktif olarak faaliyet gösteren Gezici Eğitim Merkezimiz eğitim öğretim döneminde devlet okullarında hizmet vermiş ve yaz döneminde de yetimhanelerde hizmet vermeyi sürdürmüştür.
Grâce à ces bus, je peux apprendre beaucoup de choses que je ne connaissais pas.
Ne ordinateur kala, ka dessin ka jeu ne va faire ka foli.
Ici, dans les centres, ce sont les Maliens qui travaillent et ce sont les Maliens qui en bénéficient aussi. Donc nous, notre objectif, c'est d'apporter un plus à l'éducation de ces enfants-là. On n'interfère pas dans les programmes, on veut juste apporter un plus, bien sûr positivement, dans le sens où on leur montre qu'ils ont eux aussi droit à l'informatique, aux jeux d'intelligence, aux livres, en un mot, à une éducation de qualité.
Birçok amacı ve hedefi var bu projenin. Bunların en önemlilerinden bir tanesi sadece marif okulları öğrencilerine değil, bulunduğumuz ülkenin öğrencisine ve yerel halkına da destek sağlayabilmek.
Parce que avec nafa de la cette denmisɛnninw avec sababu ye denmisɛnninw bɛ fɛn caman faamuya u tun tɛ min dɔ kɔrɔlen. Donc a bɛ teknoloji fana bonya denmisɛnninw bolo ka idée dɔ d'u ma mun bɛna k'u ma sini ɲɛsigi ye.
Marif Gezici Eğitim Merkezi yalnızca köy okullarında, devlet okullarında eğitim gören öğrencileri değil, aynı zamanda marif okulları bünyesinde öğrenim gören öğrencilere de büyük bir farkındalık kazandırdı. Elbette kendi okullarımızda da Marif Gezici Eğitim Merkezi'nin tanıtımını ve öğrencilerimize zaten ortaklaşa bir çalışmayla aracın hazırlık sürecini de tamamladığımız için neye hizmet ettiğini, ne için hazırlandığını çok iyi biliyorlar.
Ça a été bénéfique pour nous dans le domaine de l'éducation, de l'art et de la culture. Même aussi les petits jeux que vous avez montrés aux élèves en jouant, que nous faisons en classe. Le programme a même plu aux parents. Beaucoup ont apprécié votre programme.
Öncelikle hedeflerimizden biri bulunduğumuz bölgeden çok daha uzaktaki köylerde eğitim öğretim gören öğrencilere ulaşmak. Bunun için de araç sayımızı arttırmak için çalışmalar yapıyoruz. Çocuklarla, öğrencilerle gönül bağı kurmak oldu.
Les sensations sont les sensations de satisfaction. Parce que vous voyez l'engouement autour de vous. Donc le fait que ça intéresse beaucoup tant les enfants. Donc on peut dire que la sensation ou l'impression, c'est une impression de satisfaction. C'est un vœu ardent pour nous, encore de vous revoir.
L'impact que ce centre-là a sur ces enfants-là, c'est difficile de l'expliquer. Ce sont des choses qu'il faut vivre pour comprendre. Et ça, on peut le voir sur leur visage.
Well, that is just one of many examples of equal opportunity for education products at Turkish Marif Foundation. As Mr. Umar, the coordinator of the Mobile Education Center, said, these are things you need to experience to understand, and you can see it on their faces, referencing the expression and happiness of his students. Dear guests, we're now going to take a 30-minute break, but when we're back, we're going to continue with our youth session. So see you in 30 minutes' time.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ve çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Taş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
Şu garip halimden bilinmiş veli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ey ceylan gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ey ceylan gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Ben ağlarsam ağlayıp gülersin gülen. Bütün dertlerimi anlayıp gönlümü bilen. Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Senemde gizli yarımı kimsin bilmiyor. Hiçbir tabip yarama merhem almıyor. Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Neredesin sen?
Nakam. My name is Bilal Silla. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Maarif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, we have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We're building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone, because the future is African. Behbenen.
Şu garip halimden bilin neşveli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Over the years, the youth have been the voice of our conscience. They've often spoken out on pressing issues that might not be top priority for world leaders, reminding us adults about what really matters in an increasingly polarized world. Our next session is the youth session with the theme Shaping Tomorrow, How the Youth Can Drive Equity and Sustainability in Education. It is with pleasure that I introduce the next panel. The moderator of this discussion is Dr. Hasan Umut, Assistant Professor at the Department of History at Boğaziçi University. Joining Dr. Umut is Ms. Beyda Torbani, a biomedical engineering student at Samsun University, Mr. Yilmaz Acar, a political science graduate from the University of Chicago, Dr. Ümmühan Zeynep Bilgili from Harvard University's Medical School, and last but not least, Mr. Ahmed Akhlut, who is a student at Kartal Anatolian Imam Hatip High School. Looking forward to the discussion. Professor Umut, over to you.
So thank you so much, and hello everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this panel at the Istanbul Education Summit. So my name is Hasan Umut. I'm an assistant professor in the history department at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul, and I'm truly honored to moderate today's discussion on the theme Shaping Tomorrow, How Youth Can Drive Equity and Sustainability in Education. So I'm really excited to moderate this panel because I have four remarkable young and exceptional individuals. I look forward to hearing their valuable experiences on education, especially in relation to equity and sustainability. But before giving the word to them, I would like to share a few thoughts on the significance of this panel's topic and the challenges that we face, that youth face today. So, which I hope this will help set the stage for our discussion with the panelists. So, this summit reminds us of the transformative role education plays in shaping not just individuals, but the future of entire societies. And equity and sustainability are at the heart of that mission. So how do we create education systems that serve every learner, regardless of their circumstances? How do we prepare students for a future that demands not only knowledge, but also adaptability, empathy, a commitment to sustainability? So at the same time, I believe we cannot ignore the challenges facing today's young people. These challenges directly affect their ability to succeed in education and beyond. And in this respect, I really want to highlight Jonathan Haidt's book titled The Anxious Generation, How the Great Rewiring of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness. So this book is important because I believe it remarkably demonstrates that there is an alarming rise in mental health struggles among adolescents with very high rates of anxiety, depression, and self-harm in the recent decades. So this shift did not happen by chance. The author traces it back to profound changes in childhood experiences, particularly the decline of unstructured play and exploration, replaced by an increasing reliance on digital devices and social media. So these changes have disrupted critical social and neurological development in young people, and they face pressures that previous generations could barely imagine. Constant social comparison, the fear of missing out, fragmented attention, and a pervasive sense of perfectionism. So according to Haidt, Girls are especially affected by the harmful effects of social media, while boys are spending more time in the virtual world, which creates different challenges for them. So this author's research is a serious reminder that we cannot separate education from the broader realities shaping the lives of young people. If mental health is getting worse, if meaningful social connections are being replaced by fleeting digital interactions, then no curriculum or policy can fully succeed without addressing these underlying issues. Education should go beyond simply transmitting knowledge. It must cultivate resilience, support emotional well-being, and provide environments where students feel valued and connected. But I believe there is hope. So Shahid highlights that this crisis can be overcome by working together, namely parents, educators, tech companies, and policymakers. We can change these patterns and create an environment where young people can succeed. This includes rethinking how technology is integrated into education and how we can encourage a more balanced childhood and young life. And I truly hope that this panel gives us valuable insights about this challenge and more. In this session, we are hosting bright and talented young people who not only face these challenges directly, but are also thinking about ways to improve education to make it fairer, more sustainable, and better aligned with the needs of their generation. Their insights will hopefully inspire their peers to raise awareness about this important subject and provide valuable perspectives to policymakers at the Mare Foundation and beyond. So, equity and sustainability are the key terms of this panel also, and therefore, as we listen to our panelists, let's remember that equity is not about one-size-fits-all solutions. It's about understanding and addressing diverse needs. As for sustainability, it's not just about preserving resources. More importantly, it's about creating systems that endure and uplift. So with that in mind, let's turn to our remarkable speakers. Ümmühan Zengin Zeynep Bilgili from Harvard Medical School, Yılmaz Acar, a graduate from the University of Chicago, Beyda Torbani from Samsun University, and Ahmet El-Kahloud from Kartal Anatolian Imam Hatip High School. So before inviting the speakers to share their thoughts, I would like to briefly explain the format of the panel. I think it would be better. So it will consist of 2 rounds, basically, and in each round, our panelists will have 5 minutes to share their remarks. The first round will focus on their individual perspectives on the topic, while the second round will involve more interaction and engagement with the views of their fellow panelists. And I hope this format will make the panel both dynamic and collaborative exercise in collective thinking. So now let's start. So our first panelist is Ümmühan Zeynep Bilgili. Ümmühan Zeynep works at Harvard Medical School, focusing on surgical research, robotic surgery, and inflammatory bowel disease, IBD. So she graduated from Bezmialem Vakıf University in Istanbul and gained further training in Turkey and the United States. Zeynep, her research mainly aims to improve surgical results and patient care for IBD. And she also takes part in international studies on gastrointestinal health. As a dedicated teacher and mentor, she supports young medical professionals, and she shares her work at international conferences, and her studies, published in very well-known journals, promote effective methods to improve patient outcomes. So Zainab, let's start with you. So how do you see the education of the future when you consider our key terms, like namely equity and sustainability? So what do you think?
Thank you so much. I believe there is a lot of hope, and I think this panel and this whole summit basically is one of the things that prove that there is hope. So I, in general, see it very hopeful, and I'm sure that as we take more steps, we'll get more closer to having a more sustainable, equitable future for not only for youth, but for everyone.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Would you like to elaborate more on your thoughts about this subject?
Sure. So I actually prepared a little presentation. It's nothing big. It's just some visuals. But I'd like to share a few points with the visuals just to make it a little bit more engaging. And then I'm very happy to answer more questions and then dive into those points if that's okay with you.
That would be perfect. Sure.
Thank you. All right. I'll quickly go and share my presentation, hopefully with no time to be wasted. I hope it looks okay. Does it?
Yes, it is. It's yeah.
Okay. I guess the connection is a little bit taking time to get there, but if the presentation looks fine and I do look fine, I'll just go ahead and start.
Yes, now it's ready. Zain, you can continue.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So as I said, it's just some images and visuals. Earlier this year, I was invited to speak at my high school. And I had this moment of deja vu. I saw rows of young faces, bright, curious, full of potential. But behind their eagerness, I noticed a familiar uncertainty that I had. What is next? And how can I, just one person, make a difference in the world? Well, that question stayed with me, and it's not just something students wonder. It is a challenge for all of us. How do we empower young people to shape a more equitable and sustainable future? And as I guess that's why we're here today, and I'm so excited to hear everyone's opinions. Well, think of bird's nest. Birds build them from whatever they can find, twigs, straw, even plastic, as you see in the picture. So youth do the same with the resources we give them. They use what's available to create something extraordinary, often despite the imperfections of the system. But what if we give them better tools? Equity in education isn't just about handing out the same materials as you mentioned. It is about ensuring that every student, no matter where they're from, has resources and opportunities to thrive. So I'm going to talk about the stethoscope metaphor. I'd like to call it that way. In medicine, we use the stethoscope to listen to organs. It's a simple tool that revolutionized how we understand the human body. Well, what makes it remarkable isn't just its invention, but what it represents. The importance of listening carefully to what can't be seen with naked eye. So I believe education needs its own stethoscope. We must amplify the voices of students, teachers, especially those often overlooked, and truly listen to their experiences and aspirations. Only then we can design systems, I believe, that reflect their needs and potential. Again, in medicine, we're always looking for the root cause. For example, if you have a cough and you go to a doctor, our main goal will not be to stop that cough, right? Our main goal will try to understand what is making you cough. So if a student zones out in class, let's say, maybe it's not them. Maybe we need to look into the root cause, and I don't know, maybe the PowerPoint needs association. So I've seen very different scenes. As a doctor working in underserved areas, I've met students whose potential was trapped behind systemic barriers. And right now, as a researcher in Boston, I've worked in spaces brimming with resources, but often siloed by privilege. In both worlds, though, I recognize that one truth is clear. It's that youth aren't waiting for permission to create change. They're already building a future with whatever tools they have. So our responsibility is to ensure that they have what they need to not just survive, but thrive. Education overseas offers a wealth of lessons. In some systems, collaboration is key. In others, it's resilience. Well, education overseas, I believe, isn't just about studying abroad. It's about creating a shared future where learning knows no borders, and Marif is contributing to that a lot. As these students will work and travel all around the world, they will be fundamentals of the global education, maybe like as we are. In global health, we have a common saying that I really like. It's think globally, act locally. I think what works in one context won't always translate to another. So our goal must be to create education systems that honor local needs while drawing on global insights. Well, education can be expensive. I'm sure Marif's treasurer found people will agree with me, but hear me out. The World Bank estimates that failing to provide quality education costs the global economy $129 trillion in lost lifetime earnings. This number is staggering, but it's more than just a statistic. It's a reminder of the extraordinary ideas, dreams, and contributions that world loses when we don't invest in equitable and accessible education. It's a loss we can't afford, not for the economy, and I believe certainly not for the human spirit. Well, and the last bit, I want to tell you about the Post-it note. So it was invented by accident. A scientist trying to create a super strong adhesive ended up with the one that barely stuck. So it could have been dismissed as a failure, right? But a colleague saw potential, and now it's one of the world's most useful tools. So I believe this is what education should do. Give students room to experiment, to fail, and turn the unexpected into something extraordinary. Youth today aren't waiting for us to fix the system. They're already changing it. So we have to make sure that they have the tools, freedom, and support to keep going. I believe this summit is a very important platform to support all these ideas. And we've been listening to a lot of talks that inspire us in the previous talks. And I'm very excited to hear what others have to say. And thank you so much for your attention. I'll quickly stop sharing so that I can go back to my screen. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That will be the first part.
Well, thank you so much for your very valuable remarks. You are absolutely right, by the way. So we should make more room for future generations, right? So that they could try and actually they could be inspired by their own experiences, right? And
exactly.
And also, you know, meaningful changes should come from this perspective. So your remarks are very valuable. Thank you very much. So
thank you.
So let's continue with Yılmaz Acar. So Yılmaz is from Mardin in Turkey, and he graduated from Ibn Haldun University in Istanbul, having dual degrees, bachelor degrees in political science and international relations and Islamic studies. He also completed a master's degree at the University of Chicago, focusing on Middle Eastern politics and Turkish foreign policy towards the MENA region. And Yılmaz also participated in training at Üniversite Mundiapolis in Morocco and George Mason University in the United States. And he also completed an internship in Germany. He is fluent in Arabic and English, and he has received awards, including Best Debater at the International Arabic Debating Championships. Yilmaz's writings have appeared in different outlets, including TRT World and The Diplomat. So, Yilmaz, considering the significant challenges facing today's youth and humanity, so how do you perceive the role of education in addressing these issues? Maybe more specifically, so how do you understand maybe morality and values in education?
Good afternoon, Professor Hassan. Thank you so much for the kind introduction and for the previous presentation. Thank you, Zainab. It is my great pleasure to be speaking here in this youth session of the Istanbul Education Summit. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Istanbul Turkish Maarif Foundation for this kind invitation. And as we came together to discuss, to explore the transformative role of the youth in advancing the equity and sustainability in education, I want to focus my speech on one of the topics that you mentioned about the necessity of morality and value-integrated education as a foundation for sustainability and equity in education and in educational future. And under this theme, I will argue that when education is rooted in values, it becomes a transformative tool for fostering justice, sustainability, and intergenerational equity. And at the heart of this approach is actually the concept of Ma'arif, coincidentally, not just this institution that hosts us, but also as an optimum Islamic educational model that harmoniously integrates ta'lim, which is instruction, with tarbiyah, which is character development, emphasizing the cultivation of values and virtues as a foundation for meaningful learning. And if we find time in the second round of the speech, I want to focus also about what the youth have done so far and what is the role of the youth activism as a driver of positive change in education systems. And I want to give two examples based under this theme. The first one from the historical perspective, an historical example, which is both are taken at the University of Chicago, actually. And the first one is the civil rights movements in 1960s. And the second one is the contemporary pro-Palestinian student movements. By these cases, I will illustrate how youth so far persistently driven the transformative change in education. But with these themes in mind, let us first delve into the first topic, which is why we need an educational model that is centered on morality and that includes and integrates the values. I believe that a sustainable and equitable education system must be rooted in ethics and in virtues. And education should not merely prepare the individuals, the students, for the workforce, but also should nurture a character and cultivate a sense of responsibility toward others and toward the society. We often tend to associate education and sustainability with economy, with environment, with these dimensions, but it is equally about intergenerational justice and equity, which means like we ensure that today's education system supports the well-being of the future generations without compromise, but also the contemporary generations across the world. So achieving sustainability in education requires an educational model that integrates these ethical values and that fosters a sense of responsibility toward both the present and future generations. Personally, drawing on my own experiences both in Süleymaniye Madrasa, studying and experiencing the classical Ottoman Madrasa tradition and modern academia, I believe that the Ma'arif educational approach that I mentioned, it offers a holistic framework for sustainability in education. It combines, as I said, the ta'lim with tarbiyah, the instruction with the character development, because knowledge without a moral compass does not necessarily lead to good, but a value-based education does. And building on the concept of the Irfan, which is wisdom, this approach goes beyond imparting knowledge to nurture morality, social responsibility, and virtue, and equips the young people, the students, with an ethical foundation, which prepares them to become morally grounded, socially responsible individuals, and able to drive change in the society. This is actually also rooted in the Futuwa perspective, which is a Sufi-inspired tradition that also emphasizes virtues such as humility, generosity, and brotherhood. And as its root word actually suggests, Fata, which means youth, this Futuwa approach, which is also connected with the Ma'arif, focuses on the moral and ethical education of the students, and it aims to shape create virtuous youth as agents of positive change to a just society. And it is actually not confined to the approach of Futuwa. The principles of Futuwa are not confined to Islamic or Ottoman civilization. We can find these moral values which are universal. We can find them in samurai code of Bushido in Japan, for example, or in the ideals of the chivalry in the Western medieval Christian Europe. But they all share a common thing, which is emphasizing the cultivation of virtue, integrity, and the sense of responsibility toward other people in the society. So with this approach, education is not confined to classrooms. It is a community-oriented approach that gives the individuals a sense of responsibility, the youth. And I believe that personally, having all these experience from Mardin to Chicago, I believe that this, in the power of transformative power of education, education becomes meaningful when it transforms the individuals into better people who serve their society, who stand in solidarity with the oppressed people, who extend a hand to those people who are in need. And actually, this belief guided me and many of my friends at Ibn Khaldun University during the devastating earthquake in Turkey last year in 2023, February. We left our classes to lead recovery efforts, and we worked closely with the communities, local communities there. And we shared meals with people, we shared shelters with the refugees in the freezing conditions. And it convinced me that education is meaningful, and it truly meaningful when it brings positive change in people's lives. And in this regards, perhaps one of the proudest moments of myself, as you mentioned in the introduction, in my educational journey, was that when my story went viral in Turkish media, not for recognition, but because it allowed me to inspire the children of my village, making change in my own community, just as like Nobel Prize winner Professor Aziz Sancar inspired me. So I believe that education system, which is rooted in values, and education approach that is rooted in values and virtues, not only transforms the students, the youth, but also shapes the society as a whole. And without a morality and value-integrated educational approach, which focuses on nurturing this virtuous youth, virtuous generation committed to serving the society, I believe that achieving equity and sustainability in education and educational system is very difficult. But what happens when these educational institutions lack a foundation of morality and values? And how have the youth in the history and contemporary times fought to achieve equity and sustainability in education? I believe I can talk about these in the second round if we have the time, based on my experience here at the University of Chicago. Thank you so much.
Well, many thanks, Yilmaz, for your very important points. So you have stressed how important ethics, values, and virtues are for establishing a better educational environment. And based on your experiences in traditional and modern education, you also pointed out the importance of a holistic perspective, right, in education. I think these are very important points to add. So let me continue with Beyda Torbani. So Beyda is from Prizren, Kosovo. She's a second-year biomedical engineering student at Samsun University in Turkey and a proud graduate of the Turkish Marif schools. Passionate about science, education, and technology, she led Kosovo's first team at the first robotics competition, gaining skills in leadership and problem solving. Beyda has contributed also as a columnist for İyi magazine, sharing ideas on education and community development, and serves as the student leader for Türkiye Marif Vakfı in Samsun. So she's also part of the international students community team and focuses on using her education to promote equal opportunities. So through her studies and initiatives, Beyda aims to inspire positive changes in society. So Beyda, considering your active role in promoting education and development among young individuals, so I'm really curious about, hearing your perspective based on your experiences. So how do you envision the future world, and what role do you believe education could play in fostering equity and sustainability?
Thank you so much, sir, for the introduction. I would first like to greet everyone, the Honorable Minister of Turkish Marif Foundation, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. As you said, Hasan Hocam, I'm Beyda Torbani, a student from Kosovo, currently studying biomedical engineering in Samsun University. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand in such an esteemed gathering today. I would like to first thank Turkish Marif Foundation for organizing this event. When countries make decisions about health, they make sure that a healthcare professional takes part on the session. If they are talking about security, of course, there will be a security expert. So if we are talking about education, there must be a seat for the students on the table, as we are the essential part of education itself. Young people play a critical role in shaping and proposing solutions and the feedback they provide. But to truly contribute, young people first must be ready for this responsibility. We must think critically, distinguish between good and bad, and also know the skills how to expose our ideas. Only then can our voices effectively inspire and shape a better educational system. I'm proud to have been a graduate of International Marif Schools of Kosovo, whose mission isn't just educating, but also raising virtual individuals. What does a virtual individual mean, and how does this affect the educational system? I will try to actually explain these points by giving experiences. First, it means to think beyond personal interest, to have empathy for others. For example, I remember we had a competition of running in my school, and I lost to my friend for a little milestone, and I went and I hugged her to congratulate her. The teachers that witnessed this moment awarded me with another medal, not for winning, but for showing kindness to my friend. This was a good message for me that it's not always about winning, it's also about how you treat others along the way. Second, as we all know, is self-confidence, which is the key for empathy. If we do not love ourselves, our ethnicities, our roots, how can we respect and love others? In Marif, even though it was a Turkish-founded school, it was giving, for example, education in Albanian, which is a sign of respect to our heritage. And also the fact that, as you mentioned, our Turkish principal encouraged us to take part in an international robotics competition, where I had the chance of representing my country in front of everyone for the very first time. It was really exciting. At Marif, we were often greeted with the phrase, "Good morning, future leaders." It might be a short sentence, but it has really big values. We had always responsibilities, which became a natural part of our education, actually, whether through organizing science weeks and managing school activities or working on team projects. Effective communication is a vital skill we learned. At my school, we had speaking days, which was a bad day for the shy kids, of course, but it really taught us, built our confidence in expressing our thoughts clearly and engaging with others. If youth cannot communicate clearly, if they don't know how to share their ideas, even the best ideas will go unheard. One of the most remarkable aspects that I love about Marif is that it has a global reach. I have friends from the other side of the world that share the same educational background as me. For example, on the second day of university, I met a girl from Pakistan. She was also a graduate of Marif. And while talking, we ended up on having the same Turkish teacher. I'm talking about two different girls from two different countries on a third different country, and we are sharing the same Turkish teacher. This actually highlights that education transcends borders, fostering understanding and solidarity between cultures. Education isn't just about what we learn in classroom. In my school, I have learned that it doesn't matter where are you coming from. Education can unite us. Even though we are talking about how to improve education, there is a problem in the world that not everyone has access to education. If we take as example Palestinian kids, today Palestinian kids, instead of having the sense of excitement on the classrooms for education, they are feeling fear. Today, dear ladies and gentlemen, all of us don't stand here as individuals, but as representative of countless young people around the world that has only one dream, a world where education is a right, not a privilege, where sustainability is a priority, not an afterthought, and where equity is a foundation, not an aspiration. I would really like to think that Marif is a powerful example of how we can reach this dream, because in order to make this dream a reality, we must come together. Policymakers, leaders, educators, and students. We must come together in order to make education something that can shape a better future to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Beda, for your very insightful remarks. I want to highlight the key term that I got from your conclusion or your speech, broadly speaking. I think it's self-confidence. It's very important for establishing or having initiatives for young generations and for your future individually. And yeah, that's very important. And thank you very much for pointing out these important things. And I really believe that you and your fellow panelists, all of you exemplify this quality, which is self-confidence. And I also appreciate that you have pointed out the achievements of the Marif education in your own experience. So let's continue with Ahmed Al-Kahlout. He is the youngest of the panel, and actually he is the youngest of the whole symposium. Ahmed is a high-achieving high school student known for his academic excellence and active engagement in international projects. He earned his PYP diploma at Nun Middle School and another diploma, IGCSE diploma at Kartal Anadolu Imam Hatip High School, where he is now at 10th grade. Ahmed is a member of the Secretariat team for the Gaza Tribunal project, reflecting his passion for diplomacy and justice. An accomplished participant in over 20 Model United Nations, known MUN, M-U-N, conferences. He has developed strong diplomatic skills and a deep understanding of global issues. Ahmed aspires to a career in international relations and diplomacy. So, Ahmed, given your strong commitment to diplomacy and justice as essential components, components for a just and sustainable future, right? So how do you perceive the role of education in achieving this goal? Or, could you share your perspective on how education can contribute to fostering equity and sustainability?
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for the recognition. So, education is one of the most important components in our life, since it's rooted with morals and values, which is very important for part of our lives. And so we have lots of things to learn from education in terms of equity and sustainability. And as Mr. Hassan introduced me, my name is Ahmed Kahrout, and I'm 16 years old. And also, as he said, I'm the youngest speaker at the Istanbul Education Summit. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this event possible and allowed me to share my thoughts with you today. It's an honor to represent my generation and have our voices heard at such an important platform. I'm even more delighted to be in this conference as a Gaza citizen. My grandfather was exiled during the Nakba from his motherland. Even if I was born and raised in Turkey, I still carry the blood of a Palestinian. As I have seen my friends, my cousins, my brothers and sisters being deprived from their education, I really hope this speech can make their voices heard. So how can young people play a role in shaping tomorrow? First, for young people to take on such a role, they must have a tomorrow to shape. For over a year, before the eyes of the entire world, Israel has been massacring, displacing, and stripping my peers and relatives in Gaza of their basic right to lead a normal life, effectively robbing them of a future they could build. The horrors they endure serve as a grim reminder of what it means to lose one's tomorrow. And in allowing these atrocities to continue, the global community has become complicit in this injustice. But the consequences of such tragedies extend far beyond Gaza. They don't just alter the lives of those directly affected, they reshape the destiny of all of us, including the generations yet to be born. Many of the adults making decisions today seem oblivious to long-term consequences of their actions and decisions that will ripple across decades and affect us all. Before returning this point, I would like to focus on the pressing issue of inequality in education. Traditional ideas of equality in education often assume that differences in academic achievement stem solely from individual abilities or aptitudes. However, this perspective overlooks critical factors like socioeconomic conditions, regional disparities, and societal biases based on gender or ethnicity. We must recognize that these differences are not purely individual, but deeply rooted in social and environmental contexts. In many countries, including my own, significant disparities exist even within the same nation. For instance, a child in a rural village often has far fewer opportunities than one in a major city. Such inequalities undermine the global efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which are designed to address pressing global challenges, including poverty, inequality, and climate change. SDG 4, which is Sustainable Development Goals, specifically calls for inclusive and equal quality education for all, aiming to ensure that no one is left behind. Yet, achieving this goal becomes incredibly challenging in the face of such disparities. Without addressing socioeconomic disadvantages, regional disparities, and systemic discrimination based on factors like gender, ethnicity, or religion, it's impossible to create a truly equal education system. Formal equality may aim to provide identical opportunities to all students, but when starting points differ so drastically, this approach often deepens existing inequalities instead of eliminating them. Education must do more than improve individual lives. It's a vital tool for societal development. As noted earlier, the United Nations has recognized education as central to achieving the SDGs, as it empowers individuals, reduces inequality, and fosters sustainable growth. To truly fulfill this role, however, education cannot remain static. It must prepare young people not for the world of our grandparents or parents, but for the realities of today and tomorrow. Climate change, technological advancements, and shifting job markets will define the world we inherit. If education does not evolve to meet these demands, it risks perpetuating inequalities rather than addressing them. Given that the decisions made by today's leaders primarily affect young people, it's only fair that young people have a seat at the table. Involving us in decision-making processes, including those about education, is essential to fostering meaningful change. So that will be for the first round. I would like to state some solution ideas in the second round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. These are really brilliant points. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Like young people should be more involved in the decision-making process, right? And I really believe that young minds like you and other friends here could make differences on many levels in society, in education, and also in sustaining a fair and valuable life. So thank you all for your insightful contributions, Zeynep, Yilmaz, Beyda, and Ahmet. At this point, we can start our second round. I encourage in this round, I encourage you to engage more deeply with each other's perspectives, to elaborate on your points, okay? And actually, you highlighted various ways to actively involve youth in promoting sustainability and equity in education. However, I should say something else as well. So it's important to recognize that such transformations require time and the cultivation of an educational and societal culture. Dialogue plays a crucial role in this process for sure, but it often presents challenges. So balancing the pursuit of immediate solutions with the commitment to long-term value-based changes is, I believe, very essential. And I also believe that this balance ensures that we address current needs while navigating meaningful and enduring transformation. So I want to give the floor again to Zeynep. Zeynep, could you please tell a bit more about how your current profession and societal activities are related to equity and sustainability? So how do you see the future for those goals? So just for a few minutes, if you can explain your points about that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just quickly mention what I think. So my current role is in medicine, in research, right? It seems relatively irrelevant, although it is very relevant because I think education and health is very tied to each other, because we in global health, we always emphasize how important it is to stay educated and keep educating people about their health to prevent the diseases. So Yilmaz mentioned in his speech that we should keep thinking that education is out of the classrooms. It is in the streets, it's in society, everywhere. I really believe that is the case. When we say education, we firstly think about a school, a classroom, all of us, right? The same way goes with health issues. We first think about a hospital, an advanced care, maybe a surgery, but that's not the case. In both cases, we can think outside of the box and start preventing the diseases in the streets by educating people and educating societies. So I believe that's one of the important points to be addressed. I was also very happy and just excited to listen to everyone talk. Honestly, I was so inspired. I'll be honest, I was not expecting to be this inspired and like hopeful for the future. So I think that's another component of just having changes and sustainable acts is just being hopeful, because sometimes, as we all mentioned about some devastating things about the world, the future, it really gets hard to be hopeful and to keep pushing. It really gets hard. And I believe all of us individually experience these in a variety of reasons as a society as well, and as an international community of the world, planet Earth. So really hard to sometimes be hopeful, but this whole session made me very hopeful, listening to my peers and then how they have really good ideas about the change. So I wanted to thank everyone and the organization for such an amazing job and for giving us a chance to talk. That's all I say.
Great points, Zeynep. Thank you very much. Especially thank you for reminding us again of the importance of being hopeful in spite of everything that we go through. You're right. Mm-hmm. So Yilmaz, let me continue with you. So how do you see the future of value-based education? Can you please elaborate more on your earlier remarks?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, connected to what Ahmed has said in his presentation, in his speech, I believe that the youth have that agency, have the moral agency, but the educational institutions unfortunately don't have that. And connected with what Ahmed said about what is going on in Gaza, in Palestine, and how it is connected to what is going on right now in the United States and in the recent months, I believe that it is also about like equity and sustainability in education. But and I want to give two examples based, one historical and the other one is the contemporary example, how young people were not just passive recipients of education, but active participants in shaping the educational paradigms, and how youth activism was the main driver and is the main driver for equity and sustainability and had redefined the educational paradigms recently. And both of the cases are actually connected to University of Chicago and Chicago in general. And the first one is the civil rights movements of 1960s, and the other one is the contemporary pro-Palestinian solidarity movements across the United States campuses. But both of these cases, both of these examples shows that student activism is not only about opposing the injustice, but also it is about building a more equitable and morally grounded educational system. The historical example of the 1960s civil rights movements at the University of Chicago is about including many students, including Bernie Sanders. They fought against the segregation in public schools here. And it was a grassroots movement, and it challenged the use of Willis wagons, as famously known, which were mobile classrooms placed in overcrowded black schools, and in order to perpetuate the segregation in Chicago's educational system. But what the students did, like Bernie Sanders and his friends, who were students at the University of Chicago, they skipped their classes, they joined the black community in blocking the installation of these trailers, and including Bernie Sanders, many of the students were arrested, they faced government surveillance, repression, but their effort finally laid the groundwork for dismantling this segregation in the Chicago schools. And it showed us that the students, the youth, have the power for that transformative change. And it also showed that change comes from the grassroots, not from the institutions. And in connection with that, we see a very similar scenario right now with the genocide taking place in Gaza. The pro-Palestinian student movements that are sweeping across U.S. campuses, including the University of Chicago, the students come together and they call for institutional accountability. They demand the universities, educational institutions, to divest from companies that are complicit in apartheid and complicit in the genocide that is taking place in Gaza. Because the students are asking this question, the youth are asking this question morally. They say, how can an educational institution claim to champion sustainability while investing in apartheid and genocide that have decimated all the schools in Gaza, killed tens of thousands of students, as Ahmed just mentioned? And if sustainability in education to be achieved, in my opinion, we must first fulfill our responsibility, not just for the future generations, but for the contemporary generations right now. And at the University of Chicago, the example that I want to give is that during the encampments, many students from different backgrounds, they came and they united around the values of humanity and justice. And despite the harsh crackdowns, as we saw in the 1960s with the case of civil rights movement, including the arrest, the disproportionate disciplinary actions towards students, many of my friends who were not able to receive their degrees, these students and my friends and me, we remain steadfast here. And because in the face of an educational institutions, which is weaponizing the so-called principle of institutional neutrality, the youth have refused to remain neutral. Because as moral beings, youth, we cannot stand neutral in the face of genocide, because we know that neutrality in such circumstances is complicity. And during the encampment, I wrote an article for the TRT Wall saying that these encampments, these protests are driven not by political ideologies, but by moral and humanitarian imperatives. And this is also connected to Ma'arif Foundation, Ma'arif approach that I mentioned earlier, which centers the morality. And so these students, me and my friends, they set aside all their concerns about rising tuition fees, their exams, their personal struggles, and sacrifice their comfort. And in some cases, they even sacrifice their career for the right of the students in Palestine. But why? Because they recognize that equity and sustainability in education cannot coexist with educational institutions, as I said, profiting from the apartheid and profiting from the genocide. So this is what defines the moral consciousness of today's youth. They are not just passive recipients of what is going on, but they are trying to change this. And also, as digital natives, the young people, the youth, have successfully leveraged the technology and social media. As we know, all the protests spread across the world from the United States, and all the students around the world started to pressure their institutions to divest from companies that invest in genocide. So this digital activism was also something, a powerful tool that the youth leveraged. I guess like all this, my experience here at the University of Chicago taught me an important lesson that change requires courage and sacrifice. Nothing comes for easy, and fight for justice is very difficult. And maybe right now we were not able to change the institution's decisions about divestment, about investing in Israeli companies that are profiting from the genocide. But we know that based on the historical example that I mentioned, as Bernie Sanders and his student friends were successful in changing the educational system here in Chicago that was based on segregation of the black community, we know that they were successful and they remained on the right side of history. We also believe that we are on the right side of history. Maybe the change is not today, but tomorrow, in the future. This is something that laid the groundwork for change in educational systems. And I want to repeat again, as I said, education is not about acquiring knowledge. It's about being morally good people, persons, students who serve the society, who make change in the society, and who stand in solidarity with other students and with those who are oppressed. And I believe that the youth, based on these two examples, have the power to drive change in educational system, in education, towards sustainability and equity. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Yilmaz. As a professor in the history department, I'm particularly pleased that you made references to history, because sometimes we're not so interested in dealing with history to understand current issues, right? But history could give us a new perspective, a meaningful perspective, and thank you so much for giving a different perspective about very important, very crucial subjects that we are unfortunately observing in the modern world today. So thank you, Yilmaz. So how about Beyda? Let's continue with you. Could you please share your thoughts on balancing classroom learning with experiential learning? So how do you view the integration of these educational approaches?
Of course. I would like to thank my fellows. It was a really good speech, and I really took many notes from their speeches. And I really like especially the example of Ümmühan Zeynep about stethoscope. And I would like to add a sentence from George Orwell's book, 1984, that I read. If you keep up with the little rules, you can break the big ones. So I want to take it as an example that in this world, only the successful one keeps the microphone. And if we have something meaningful to say, we must have the microphone so everyone hears and we can actually make a change. In order to do that, first, we must be successful at this educational system. So we might come somewhere to empower the other educational system to inform. So first, we must be successful in this one so we can change the other one. So I want to encourage all of the future students to actually be good at their lessons, not just to say that educational system isn't good and even if we study, we don't come anywhere. We must be successful so something changes. So First, I want them to learn about their lessons that are currently studying.
Well, thank you very much. I think you made a good point for like balancing sort of like personal individual goals with larger major goals, right? I think there should be a balance.
Thank you.
That's a very good point, Beda. So finally, Ahmed, we would like to hear from you. So could you please, elaborate more on your thoughts that you have mentioned in the first round? So actually, I want to ask you particularly how to sustain dialogue among young generations across different nations. So you have good experience with the MUN models. So how did it contribute to you for having a good understanding, a sense of dialogue? What do you think about that?
Thanks for the question. It's a great one. So yeah, in more United Nations conferences, we have lots of students from every part of the world. And of course, every one of them, they have a different culture and a different belief. So in these conferences, we sit at the table and we share our thoughts, we share our culture on the global issues like the sustainability and equity in education. And I have learned lots of things. I have learned very different experiences from my friends who live abroad. And these experiences really helped me to have a different perspective on the issue. So I hope this answer would define your question. Continuing with my speech, to ensure equality and sustainability in education, young people must actively contribute to shaping policies and implementing solutions. They can pursue political roles, such as becoming members of a parliament, to bring fresh, on-the-ground perspectives to the table. Being actively involved in education themselves, young people are uniquely positioned to understand its challenge and propose innovative practical solutions. And beyond formal politics, civil society organizations provide platforms for young people to express their ideas and create impactful projects that promote equality and sustainability. From high school onward, they can collaborate with various institutions through these initiatives, gaining leadership skills and driving real change. School clubs, community service projects, and peer-to-peer solidarity efforts like sister school programs can empower young people to take meaningful action with their communities, bridge gaps, and fostering connections. Additionally, youth can grip the power of the digital platforms to raise awareness, lead advocacy campaigns, and engage broader audiences on issues of educational equity. As I stated in the beginning of my speech, by organizing events such as debates, workshops, or model United Nations sessions with a focus on education equality, they can inspire collective action while refining their global understanding of these critical issues. Finally, volunteer work is a transformative way for young people to contribute to society. For instance, the remarkable response of youth during the February 6th earthquake in Turkey showcased their potential to address societal challenges with resilience, empathy, and teamwork. Such activities not only develop their problem-solving skills, but also instill a deep sense of responsibility and compassion. As I mentioned earlier, many adults making decisions today fail to consider how their actions will impact future generations. This lack of consideration is often what fuels the so-called generation gap. Yet, just as young people are tasked with preserving the heritage, identity, and culture passed down by the previous generations, and passing them on to those who come after us, decision makers have a duty to ensure their choices protect the future of those who will inherit the world. Unlike Marty McFly in Back to the Future, we don't have a DeLorean to hop into and fix the mistakes of the past. That's why we must act with care and responsibility now, thinking deeply about the long-term consequences of the decisions we make today. That's why embracing the principle of intergenerational justice is essential. It ensures that today's decisions are made with an understanding of their long-term impact, fostering collaboration between generations, and bridging the gap through mutual respect and shared responsibility for the future. And also, intergenerational justice ensures that today's actions address not only the need of the present, but also protect the right and well-being of future generations. It's an ethical responsibility to pass down the world's resources and values equally. Issues like climate change, resource depletion, and education lie at the heart of this principle, as decisions in these areas shape both today's realities and tomorrow's possibilities. Laws like the Well-Being of Future Generations Act in laws exemplify how intergenerational justice can be enacted. This legislation requires public institutions to assess the long-term environmental, social, and economic consequences of their decisions, ensuring that policies benefit both current and future generations. Such frameworks encourage sustainable practices while respecting the rights of those who will inherit the outcomes of today's choices. If you have seen Planet of the Apes, you might recall how what initially seemed like a distant dystopia turned out to be the aftermath of humanity's own mistakes. This haunting metaphor reminds us that the consequences of poor decisions today can come back to harm us tomorrow. It's a call to embrace intergenerational justice before it's too late. Today, as I stand before you, I'm speaking not just for my generation, but for the future generations as well. Everything we do has a ripple effect far beyond our own lifetimes. The responsibility of building a better tomorrow rests on all of us. As I said before, we do not have a time machine to fix past mistakes, but we have the power to make thoughtful decisions today. Let's ensure that these decisions are guided not only by immediate needs, but also by the world we wish to leave behind. As we leave this session today to think about shaping a better future, let us not forget that in Gaza, the flames of genocide are still burning, and every moment of silence only fuels the suffering of an entire generation deprived of their right to live, dream, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Thank you very much for your very thoughtful points. Yeah, I'm so impressed by your points. Actually, I'm very impressed by your visions for the future. Thank you so much. And with these speeches, I would like to conclude the panel. I must say this before ending this session. These four friends, young colleagues, I believe have been an inspiration for a brighter future. Their points, their presentations have shown that they are very aware of the current state of the world and its challenges, but they also have a very cautious optimism, which is very important. And they have also demonstrated very effectively that better education is essential for a better future. So I extend my thanks to Zeynep, Yilmaz, Beyda, and Ahmed. Thank you very much. And my gratitude also goes to everyone who contributed to this great summit. Many thanks to Mari Foundation for their kind invitation to us. And we are very as viewers. Thank you so much, and we wish everyone best of luck.
Thank you so much, Professor Umut, and our panelists, Iman Zeynep, Bilgile Yilmaz Acar, Ahmed El-Khalout, and Beyda Torbani. I had said before introducing the panel to my colleagues here that this would have by far been the most interesting panel of the day, and I was right. I'd like to quote Mr. Acar. He said, education isn't about acquiring knowledge, but raising morally conscious individuals, and that is one of the prime missions of the Marif Foundation in the field of education across the world. Thank you all very much for being with us at the Istanbul Education Summit. I'd now like to turn our attention to the Good Practice in Education series and crossover to Austria. This good practice is titled Rhythm of Turkish. Enjoy.
şehirden de Viyana'dan da ilham alarak müzik aracılığıyla bir Türkçe eğitim değiş gibi birikime sebep olacak kültürel birikimin çok eksik olduğunu keşfettik ve buna profesyonel olarak nasıl bir yaklaşım ve nasıl yardımcı olabileceğimizi düşündük.
Profesyonel bir müzik birimi ekibiyle çalışmamızı yürütmekteyiz. 6 ila 20 yaş arası gençlere bu proje aracılığıyla bu eğitim imkanını sunmaktayız.
Müzik ve ritimle Türkçe atölyelerinde kullanmak üzere yaş grubuna göre seçtiğimiz Türkçe çocuk şarkıları ve tematik eserler için notalar ve melodik notalar ve ritim notaları hazırlandı.
Süper. Hadi bakalım beraber. 3, 4. Salam.
Bu çalışmamızda da hayata dair öğrenme yaklaşımını benimsemiş bulunmaktayız. Öğrencilerimizi bir sınava hazırlamak yerine onlara hayat boyu eşlik edecek bir Türkçe kazanımı hedeflemekteyiz. Projemize katılan öğrencilerimizin günlük hayatta kullandıkları Türkçe'de ciddi bir gelişim gözlemledik. Özellikle büyük yaş grubundaki öğrencilerimizle yapmış olduğumuz çalışmalar neticesinde kelime dağarcıklarının genişlemesi, aynı zamanda onların zihin ve düşünce dünyasına yansıdığını da gözlemlemiş bulunmaktayız.
Yurt dışında yaşayan, doğup büyüyen çocuklardan bahsediyorsak ana dilin gelişimini sağlayan temel öğe birikimdir. Birikim çocuğun kendi ana toplumuyla barışık halde yaşayabilmesi adına mecaz dediğimiz, atasözü dediğimiz, deyiş dediğimiz daha derinlemesine altyapıya sahip olması asıl amacımız.
Türkçe çocuk şarkılarını öğrendim.
Yeni kelimeler öğrenmek mesela günleri, ayları ve meyveleri.
Daha iyi Türkçe okumaya başladım.
Bu derste müzikle birlikte kelimeleri öğrendik.
Deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu, deve kuşu, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil.
Dikkat!
Deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu fil. Deve kuşu, deve kuşu, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil.
Bu çalışmaya katılan öğrencilerimizin heyecanını evde paylaşması neticesinde velilerimizden çok güzel geri dönüşler aldık. Hatta bu yolculuğun bir yansıması olarak şu anda devam eden bir genç yetişkin korosu, bir çocuk korosu, çocuk halk oyunları korosu gibi çalışmalarımız hayata geçmiş durumda.
Kendi öğrendiklerini evde ailelerine sunuyorlar. Ailelerden de gelen bize dönüşler bizi çok mutlu ediyor. Çünkü zaten amacımız bu. Hafta sonu verdiğimiz eğitimin çocuklarda kalıcı olması, verdiğimiz bu Türkçe ağırlıklı müzik ritim atölyesinin de veliler tarafından takip edilmesini istiyoruz.
Umudun verdiği heyecan.
Mutluluk ve heyecan. Türkçe kelimelerle ritim çalmak.
Eğlenmek, heyecanlı,
Yeni bir şeyler öğrenmek.
heyecan.
Güzel bir Türkçe ile hayatın ritmi.
Absolutely magnificent. What an inspiring group of children there. Now, the Marif Foundation gives great importance in ensuring students learn the Turkish language through innovative methods and techniques to create a bridge of understanding and unity among nations. Esteemed guests, we'll now take a break until 2 p.m. local time, Turkey, and continue with our third panel when we return. See you then.
tarif Avusturya olarak yaşadığımız şehirden de Viyana'dan da ilham alarak müzik aracılığıyla bir Türkçe eğitim modeli geliştirdik.
Yurt dışında yaşayan göçmen ailelerin çocuklarının özellikle Türkçedeki eksikleri, telaffuz hataları, mecaz, değiş gibi birikime sebep olacak kültürel birikimin çok eksik olduğunu keşfettik ve buna profesyonel olarak nasıl bir yaklaşım ve nasıl yardımcı olabileceğimizi düşündük.
Profesyonel bir müzik birimi ekibiyle çalışmamızı yürütmekteyiz. 6 ila 20 yaş arası gençlere bu proje aracılığıyla bu eğitim imkanını sunmaktayız.
Müzik ve ritimle Türkçe atölyelerinde kullanmak üzere yaş gruplarına göre seçtiğimiz Türkçe çocuk şarkıları ve tematik eserler için notalar ve melodik notalar ve ritim notaları hazırlandı.
Süper. Hadi bakalım beraber. 3, 4, sağ,
Bu çalışmamızda da hayata dair öğrenme yaklaşımını benimsemiş bulunmaktayız. Öğrencilerimizi bir sınava hazırlamak yerine onlara hayat boyu eşlik edecek bir Türkçe kazanımı hedeflemekteyiz. Projemize katılan öğrencilerimizin günlük hayatta kullandıkları Türkçe'de ciddi bir gelişim gözlemledik. Özellikle büyük yaş grubundaki öğrencilerimizle yapmış olduğumuz çalışmalar neticesinde kelime dağarcıklarının genişlemesi aynı zamanda onların zihin ve düşünce dünyasına yansıdığını da gözlemlemiş bulunmaktayız.
Yurt dışında yaşayan, doğup büyüyen çocuklardan bahsediyorsak ana dilin gelişimini sağlayan temel öğe birikimdir. Birikim çocuğun kendi ana toplumuyla barışık halde yaşayabilmesi adına mecaz dediğimiz, atasözü dediğimiz, değiş dediğimiz daha derinlemesine altyapıya sahip olması asıl amacımız.
Türkçe çocuk şarkılarını öğrendim.
Yeni kelimeler öğrenmek, mesela günleri, ayları ve meyveleri.
Daha iyi Türkçe okumaya başladım.
Bu derste müzikle birlikte kelimeleri öğrendik.
Bu çalışmaya katılan öğrencilerimizin heyecanını evde paylaşması neticesinde velilerimizden çok güzel geri dönüşler aldık. Hatta bu yolculuğun bir yansıması olarak şu anda devam eden bir genç yetişkin korosu, bir çocuk korosu, çocuk halk oyunları korosu gibi çalışmalarımız hayata geçmiş durumda.
Kendi öğrendiklerini evde ailelerine sunuyorlar. Ailelerden de gelen bize dönüşler bizi çok mutlu ediyor. Çünkü zaten amacımız bu. Hafta sonu verdiğimiz eğitimin çocuklarda kalıcı olması, verdiğimiz bu Türkçe ağırlıklı müzik ritim atölyesinin de veliler tarafından takip edilmesini istiyoruz.
Umudun verdiği heyecan.
Mutluluk ve heyecan.
Türkçe kelimelerle ritim çalmak.
Eğlenmek. Heyecanlı.
Yeni bir şeyler öğrenmek.
Heyecan.
Güzel bir Türkçe ile hayatın ritmini yakalamak.
Dear guests, welcome back. I hope you're all refreshed and ready to watch the last panel of our Istanbul Education Summit. The title of this panel is A New Sustainable School Culture. Now, a new and sustainable school culture it embraces an approach that prioritizes not only academic success, but also students' social, emotional, and environmental responsibilities. This culture supports diversity, inclusivity, and equality in education, allowing students to listen to and appreciate different perspectives. And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our guests that are joining us from across the globe. Moderating the panel is Professor Dr. Hayati Akyol with the Department of Basic Education, Faculty of Education at Gazi University. Joining Professor Akyol are Professor Takaharu Tezuka at the Faculty of Architecture and Urban Design Department of Architecture at Tokyo City University. I'd also like to welcome CEO and founder of Designing Schools, Dr. Saba Kudwai. And last but not least, Dr. Claire Al-Kwatli. She carries a PhD in Human Development, Learning and Culture at the University of South Australia. Thank you all for being with us here today. Over to you, Professor Akyol.
To say good afternoon to everyone. Before starting our panel, I'd like to welcome to our panelists and all participants and greet them with respect. My name is Hayati Akyol and I work at Gazi University, Gazi Education Faculty, Department of Basic Education. My field of study is reading education and reading programs. I'll be moderating today's panel. First of all, I would like to thank the Marif Foundation and all the team who organized the meeting, and I'd like to emphasize that I am happy to be here. Our panelists, I think, introduced by our speakers shortly. I will say a couple of sentences regarding the issue. Our panel title today is New Sustainable School Culture. And I'd like to mention a couple of sentences related to this topic. Creating a new sustainable school culture involves designing an environment where education, community, and the natural world intersects harmoniously. It means going beyond just teaching about sustainability. It is about living, it is practicing, and making it a core part of the school experiences. This culture fosters an ethos of responsibility, interconnectedness, and resilience. For establishing this type of culture, we might do in schools like integrate sustainability into the school curriculum, foster an eco-conscious community, eco-friendly school infrastructure, zero waste and resource efficiency, school and emotional learning tied to sustainability, collaboration with local organizations and experts, and also long-term cultural shifts. As a summary, I'd like to say that a new sustainable school culture is one that does not simply teach sustainability, but embodies it in every facet of life within the school. It is about developing future leaders who understand that the well-being of our planet is tied to the well-being of humanity, and that they have a role to play in preserving both. This kind of culture requires a holistic community-driven approach where sustainability becomes part of the school's identity and everyone practices. It is not just about greening the campus, it is about embedding sustainability into the very fabric of education and life. In this framework, our esteemed speakers will analyze the subject from different perspectives and share their views. I'd like to thank them in advance. As I said at the beginning of our panel, our presentations will be made in 2 rounds. Our speakers will have 12 minutes for each round. And I'd like to first start with Dr. Claire Alcautli. Dr. Claire, please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akhil. It's really lovely to be here. Very briefly, my background is in human development, learning, and culture. And I will start us off on an intimate note. This is a presentation delivered to each and every adult who's here. So that may sound a strange way to start off talking about sustainability, but I hope you're going to follow this thread of thinking. So I'm sharing my screen now. My topic is looking at the educator at the heart of educational sustainability. And as you will see, we're really looking at the educator's superpowers here. So just to begin, I wanted to remind everybody of the SDG goal number 4, aiming for inclusive and equitable quality education to promote lifelong learning and opportunities for all. So what I want to do here is actually go deep into what it means to be inclusive and equitable and what quality education is. And my main idea is that there is no inclusion, sustainability, or quality unless you have a robust educator at the center who's going to engage learners. And these educators, I just want to point out, are education happens in every facet of life. So the first thing we think about are within schools, and that is incredibly important. There are many educators in a school setting beyond the teacher, including the environment, the administrative staff, the school leaders. We are all responsible for the development of children. But educators are also out there in the community. We're the adults in the lives of kids. We're parents, we're uncles and aunties, we're community leaders, we're community members. And so I'm really speaking to everybody when I ask, what does this mean at the level of the individual educator? Okay, so we are all educators. And what does this mean at the level of the educator-learner relationship? So I'm going to pose 3 brief questions in my 12 minutes. The first is, who is the human being that we are aiming to educate and develop? Because what I want to suggest, and at the heart of my own work, is that we often have too narrow an understanding of the human being at the center of education. So who is this human being? Towards what objectives are we aiming to educate and develop this human being? And how can the educator catalyze education and development? 3 simple questions. I'm going to argue that they are at the heart of educational sustainability, and let's explore why. So before I go forward, I just, as an academic, I do need to tell you where I'm drawing this information from. So this is based on my own doctoral research with 32 Canadian educators, where I asked them about their pedagogies. Okay, I'm specifically focused on, I wanted to know the methods of teaching and learning by which they engaged young learners. I'm also drawing from Vygotsky's sociocultural theory, and you'll see some key quotes by this Russian developmental psychologist. And I'm also drawing upon some contributions from Islamic psychologists. This is in English in the mainstream academy. This is a new and growing field, although it's in a timeless tradition, as people know. I'm also sharing just some educational curios that I gathered along my own learning journey, because I'm really fascinated by this question of how can we foster child development. So very quickly, a couple of definitions. We're looking at education as it happens across the lifespan in various places, leading to the development of the whole human being. So I'm not only looking at schools, although that is a prime venue, obviously. And then development refers to the changes in a person's psychological functions and behavior with the passage of time as a function of biological, sociocultural, and environmental influences. So I really wanted you to just be grounded in how I'm using these terms, and you can see that I'm using them in quite expansive ways. Okay, so first question, who is the human being that we are aiming to educate and develop? So I'm suggesting that we need to look broader. We need to look deeper. We are more than just a body and a mind with some emotions on the side. So according to the Islamic psychologists, we also have a pure nature that's responsive to truth and beauty and goodness called the fitrah. We also have a nafs, which is a multi-layered self with the lowest levels requiring self-discipline and refinement, and the highest levels ultimately would guide us to our highest potential. We also have a combination of aql as cognition or intellect unified with the qalb, which is known as the emotion or heart, and both of which have spiritual dimensions. Okay, this is from the work of the Islamic psychologists. Then we have a soul or a spirit, which is a pure, non-individual aspect of the human being with an inclination towards growth. It's been referred to as a center of consciousness that is inherently connected to a broader consciousness. So I'm drawing here from the work of some Islamic psychologists with the hope that we can really think about these dimensions that we want to engage. Like knowing that a child has these dimensions changes the way that we engage young people. Okay, and this is, I'm just giving you tips of the iceberg, but this was, it came to my attention with my research participants when one of them said, when you understand something, you're in a better position to deal with it. And what this means is that if we recognize these deep dimensions of the human being, we are in a better position to be able to engage those dimensions. That's where the transformation happens. Second question, what are we aiming for? Towards what objectives? So here, I want to ask you these questions about what is the beautiful child growing towards? Who is the ideal human that we're aiming to educate? This person might be somebody who's your companion later on. This might be somebody who raises your grandchildren. This might be somebody who represents your country to the world. And this might be somebody who contributes beauty and benefit to the world and its creatures. So I really want us to be thinking of the highest end of human development that we're aiming for, okay? We really need to be thinking at this high level. And what I always ask of my teacher, I am a teacher educator, so what I ask of my teachers is draw that child. I want to see what that child's gonna look like. And so these are some drawings that my students have done. Okay, so the third question, and this is really the meat of my presentation, is how can the educator catalyze education and development? How can each one of us, regardless of how we are enacting education, whether we're a teacher, a school leader, a parent, or a community member, how can we do this? So I'm only going to talk about two, but the first one is love. And here I bring in Vygotsky, who said that affect, meaning emotion, positive affect, is the alpha and the omega, the first and the last link, the prologue and the epilogue of all mental development. That is a huge statement when the Western world, over time, since the Industrial Revolution and potentially before, has been focusing on the cognitive rather than the emotional dimensions of education. And yet, Lev Vygotsky here is saying that affect is at the heart of all mental development. So this is where we're starting. And then studies have shown that just one adult at school, children did better at school when they had a good relationship with that one adult, which is So beautiful. And that's what we want to be to children, right? It's easy. It's so easy to do that. How can we do that with every single young person? And then Yuri Bronfenbrenner, another mega theorist in developmental psychology, said, children need at least one person who is absolutely crazy about them. And what I love about this is that a child knowing that is able to be so much more resilient if they know that they have an adult standing behind them. Other studies have suggested that children do better at school if they have just one friend. They're so much more resilient to bullying. So how, as educators, can we foster that one friend? Okay, so this is my final quote on this topic, is that love, loyalty, and consistency seem to matter more than methods of teaching. What this should be suggesting to us is that we all have the potential to be transformative educators, regardless of what the topic we're teaching and potentially even the methods. So if we start with love, loyalty, and consistency, we can go really far with our young people. And so it looks like this. If you think about love as a developmental catalyst, this is what you can actually do. So you love what you do and you express that to kids. There's nothing more inspiring than a role model who loves what they do. Love learning. So exhibit your own love of learning to your students. Love your students. Foster love between students. Love the majesty and the mystery of existence and express that love as awe. So these are just some ideas about ways you can actually center love within the learning environment. And I hope you can see the implications of inclusivity here is that there's no barriers to this, okay? So the second catalyst that I want to bring your attention to is final forms. So this is again Lev Vygotsky, really of child development are present in the environment from the very beginning. What this means is that, unlike other areas of life, within child development, the final forms are there, and children are engaging with them at all times. What I love about this picture is that here you have a much older kid who is on his way towards final or idealized forms, and he has inspired all these children to do an impromptu prayer together in a mosque that they came across. So it's so having that role model, that elder person, and it doesn't even have to necessarily be a full adult. Okay, so this should prompt us to ask, what or who are the ideal forms of child development? So an example is when a child speaks in babbles, the adult answers in the final form of the language. This is the quintessential example of how children engage with final forms to develop, right? When a child is blah, blah, blah, blah to us as adults, we don't respond in that language. We respond in the beautiful final form of the language, and engaging with that final form, the child develops. Okay, so I want us to be thinking about what does this mean in terms of holistic learning and development.